A low growl rumbles from 3 throats deep in the shadows. That sound is the heartbeat of the underworld, the warning of its eternal guardian. Tonight, we drift into the ancient myth of Cerberus, the colossal 3-headed hound who stands sentinel at the gates of Hades. By the end of this story, you will understand why this monster is so much more than a simple guard dog, and you will uncover the secrets of the few who ever passed him. Where are you listening from right now, and what is the local time for you there as we begin this journey? We often picture him as a final, terrifying obstacle, but what if his true purpose was one of mercy? Relax, settle in, and let the tale of this legendary beast carry you into a deep and restful sleep. What does it truly mean to guard the boundary between all we know and the great unknown? His story begins not in the underworld, but in a hidden, sunless cave. To understand the guardian, we must meet the parents. Cerberus was born from chaos itself, the offspring of 2 beings who represented the raw, untamed fury of the ancient world. His father was Typhon, a storm giant so immense his head brushed the stars, with 100 serpent heads writhing from his shoulders and fire blazing from his eyes. His mother was Echidna, the mother of all monsters, a beautiful woman from the waist up, but with the body of a fearsome, speckled serpent. Think of the most terrifying forces of nature, a hurricane given form and a deep earth tremor made flesh. Their union was not one of love, but of pure destructive power, and from it sprang a litter of nightmares destined to challenge gods and heroes. Cerberus was not alone. His brothers and sisters included the many-headed Hydra, whose venom was death itself, and the cunning Sphinx, who devoured those who could not answer her riddle. This was his family, a royal lineage of terror. So when we look at Cerberus, we are not looking at a mere dog. We are looking at a prince of monsters. From Typhon, he inherited his colossal, unstoppable strength. From Echidna, he gained his serpentine traits, the writhing mane of snakes and a tail that ended in a venomous head. His 3 heads were a fusion of both their natures, a perfect symbol of his origin. He was, from his first breath, designed for one purpose, to be the ultimate warden of a place where even the brave feared to tread. His very blood destined him for the shadows. This terrifying birthright explains why only a realm as absolute as the land of the dead could be his domain. He was not placed there by chance, he was born for it, a natural force to guard the most unnatural of borders. What does it feel like to have a destiny written in your bones before you even open your eyes? This monstrous prince found his throne at the edge of all things, where a single river defines the ultimate boundary. The River Styx is not water as we know it, but a slow, dark current of oaths and memory, a liquid silence that circles the underworld 9 times. To cross it, the newly arrived dead must pay the ferryman Charon a single coin, placed on their tongue at burial. Those who cannot pay are left to wander the misty shore for 100 years, whispering and lost. On the far bank, rising from the perpetual gloom, stand the adamantine gates of Hades, unbreakable and cold, and before those gates, eternally vigilant, sits Cerberus. His duty is twofold, and it is absolute. With his 3 sets of eyes, he watches the approaching shades, the souls of the deceased. His role for them is not one of violence, but of quiet acceptance. He allows them to pass inward into the vast silent fields of asphodel. His great heads might sniff the air as they drift by, but he does not harm them. They belong here. This is his first function, to welcome the dead home, but his second function is where his true power lies. He is there to ensure that not a single one of those souls ever turns around. He is the final lock on the door out. No shade once entered may ever return to the world of sunlight, laughter, or breath. This is the non-negotiable law of the cosmos, the balance that keeps life precious and the order of the universe intact. In Cerberus is its living, breathing enforcer. Think of the deepest rule of nature, the law that spring follows winter, that tide follows moon. Cerberus is that law, given teeth and fur and 3 resonant growls. He is the finality of death personified. This makes him not a villain, but a solemn necessity. Without him, the barrier between worlds would crumble. The dead would wander back, confused and sorrowful, and the living would lose all meaning in a world without end. His terrifying appearance, his ferocity, all of it serves this profound cosmic purpose. It is a loyalty far beyond that of a pet to its master. We think of dogs as companions who guard our homes out of love. Cerberus guards the home of all the dead out of divine mandate. His loyalty is to the order of existence itself, a fidelity so immense it can only be expressed through a form that strikes primal fear into every heart. He is the promise that some doors, once closed, must remain shut forever. But what did this cosmic sentinel actually look like? Ancient poets and artists offer us a portrait, but one that shifts and changes like smoke over the centuries. The most enduring image is terrifying in its stark simplicity. Picture a hound the size of a hill with 3 massive heads, each capable of turning independently to watch every approach. His jaws drip with a saliva so potent it gave birth to the venomous aconite plant. Around each thick neck writhes a living mane, not of fur, but of countless hissing snakes. And if you dared to look behind him, you would see his tail was not a tail at all, but the muscular, swaying body of a serpent, its own head poised to strike. Now add the sound. His bark was not a single noise, but a dissonant chorus, a deep booming from one throat, a sharp snarl from another, and a low, continuous growl from the third, all echoing through the stone halls of the underworld. The gleam in his 6 eyes was not the warm light of life, but a cold, phosphorescent glow like swamp fire, marking the last thing many heroes ever saw. Yet this classic form was just one version. The myth was alive, and so was the monster. In some older, more primal tales, poets did not settle for 3 heads. They spoke of 50 or even 100 snarling heads rising from a single monstrous body, a forest of teeth and rage. Some artists, trying to capture his otherworldly nature, gave him the claws of a lion, capable of tearing through rock, or armored him with the glittering, impenetrable scales of a dragon. These variations are not mistakes. They tell us something important. The true essence of Cerberus was not a specific number of heads, but the overwhelming, incomprehensible power he represented. He was the embodiment of the barrier itself, and a barrier can feel different to every soul that approaches it. For one, it might be a wall of fear, 100 glaring eyes. For another, it might be a single, immense, and final truth. The ancient storytellers understood that the ultimate guardian defies a fixed form. So as you drift deeper into this story, do not feel you must see him exactly as the vase painters did. Let your own mind shape him. Is his fur coarse like shadow, or matted with the damp of the riverbank? Does his growl vibrate in your chest or whisper at the edge of hearing? The myth gives us the framework, but we each meet our own Cerberus at the borders of our understanding. 3 is a number of profound and ancient power. 3 fates spin the thread of life, 3 graces embody beauty, and here, at the end of all things, 3 heads guard the final gate. This was no random design. In the mythic mind, 3 represented completeness, a sacred whole. For Cerberus, each head served as a lens, focusing on a different aspect of the vast, silent kingdom he protected. One enduring interpretation is that his 3 heads correspond to the 3 realms within the underworld itself. The first head watches over Tartarus, the deep abyss of punishment for the wicked, its gaze pitiless and cold. The second head oversees the asphodel meadows, the gray, endless fields where ordinary souls drift in quiet forgetfulness, its expression neutral and accepting. The third head gazes toward Elysium, the blessed isles of eternal spring reserved for heroes and the virtuous, its demeanor perhaps even slightly serene. With this triple vision, Cerberus does not merely guard a door, he comprehends the entire cosmic justice system within. He sees where every soul is destined, understanding their final reward or reckoning the moment they cross his path. But the symbolism runs even deeper into the very flow of time. Another powerful reading sees the heads as guardians of the past, the present, and the future. The first head sniffs the scent of a soul's lived life, all their memories and deeds. The second head perceives them as they are in the immediate moment of arrival, a shade stripped of everything but essence. The third head looks forward toward their eternal state in the afterlife. This makes Cerberus a creature outside of time, able to process the endless river of the dead from every era at once. A pharaoh from ancient Egypt, a soldier from Rome, and a farmer from a distant future all pass before him, and he understands the complete arc of each existence simultaneously. He is the convergence point of all history. Finally, we can see the three heads mirroring the fundamental journey of the soul itself: life, death, and afterlife. One head acknowledges the world left behind, the warmth of the sun and the sound of laughter. The second head enforces the stark reality of death, the end of breath and the stillness of the body. The third head accepts the soul into its new, unchanging home. This triune nature is what makes him the perfect, unquestionable overseer. He is not a mindless beast, but a conscious embodiment of the entire process. He can watch the path ahead, the path behind, and the path within all at once. He greets the newly dead with an understanding of what they were. He holds them in the absolute present of their passing, and he guides them toward what they will forever be. This multiplicity is his true strength, a wisdom woven into his very form. So the next time you picture him, see beyond the teeth and the snakes. See the threefold judge, the timeless witness, the guardian who does not merely block a gate, but understands in its entirety the meaning of everything that passes through it. Yet for the souls who arrived as they should, his presence was not a threat, but a form of solemn welcome. This is the hidden, gentle side of the great guardian, a nuance often lost to time. When a shade approached the Styx, having been given the proper rites and with the coin for Charon placed upon their tongue, Cerberus performed a duty of quiet dignity. Ancient sources whisper that for these souls, the great hound would not snarl. Instead, he might lower his heads to sniff the air, recognizing the scent of a completed journey. Some tales even suggest a slow, heavy wag of his serpent-tailed end, a gesture of acknowledgement from the underworld itself. He was the final greeter, the entity who confirmed that you had arrived where you belonged. In this light, he transforms from a mindless obstacle into a psychopomp, a guide for the dead. His ferocity was reserved for two kinds of beings: the living who dared to trespass and the souls who tried to escape. But for the vast, quiet multitude of the ordinary deceased, he was simply part of the landscape, a massive, breathing signpost at the end of the road. This duality speaks directly to the ancient Greek view of a good death. To die well did not mean avoiding the underworld, it meant being prepared for it. It meant your family had washed your body, sung your laments, and given you the coin for the ferry. A good death meant your passage was orderly, recognized by the gods, and most importantly, accepted by the guardian at the gate. To see Cerberus wag his tail was the ultimate confirmation that you had lived and died correctly, within the sacred rules of your culture. It was the final administrative stamp on a life well concluded. This reframes our entire understanding of the monster. He is not merely a symbol of terror, but a symbol of order. His terrifying aspect ensures chaos does not spill into the land of the living. His accepting aspect ensures the dead find their rightful rest without panic or confusion. He is the balance point. Think of the most strict but fair teacher you ever had, one whose sternness was not cruelty, but a deep investment in maintaining a space where learning and safety could exist. Cerberus maintains the ultimate classroom, the silent halls of eternity. So when we reduce him to just a three-headed dog to be fought, we miss the profound psychological comfort he offered an entire civilization. He gave shape to the unknown. He made the unimaginable journey after death have a procedure, a checkpoint, a recognizable face. However monstrous that face might be, its consistency was a kind of mercy. For the ancient Greek listening to this myth by firelight, the story of Cerberus was not just a scary tale, it was a reassurance. It said that even in death there is a protocol. There is a guardian who knows the rules, and if you follow them, he will let you pass. In a world filled with unpredictable seas and sudden plagues, that predictability at the end was perhaps the greatest comfort of all. Yet this cosmic order was not without its challengers. The greatest test for any guardian is not the daily routine, but the arrival of a force that defies all rules. This force had a name, Heracles, a hero of such immense strength his name itself meant the glory of Hera. His story with Cerberus was no simple monster hunt. It was the culmination of a divine punishment turned into legend, the 12th and final labor. After completing 11 impossible tasks, from slaying the Nemean lion to cleaning the Augean stables, Heracles was commanded by King Eurystheus to perform one more feat, a feat so audacious it seemed designed to be his end. He was to descend into the realm of Hades, confront its sovereign lord, and bring the guardian Cerberus back to the land of the living, alive and unharmed. The king was certain this was impossible, a suicide mission meant to finally rid him of the hero whose glory outshone his own. Heracles, however, was not a man who acted without preparation. Understanding he was venturing into a domain governed by divine law, not brute force, he sought guidance. He traveled to Eleusis and was initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries, the most sacred rites of ancient Greece. These secret ceremonies promised initiates a happier lot in the afterlife, a deeper understanding of life and death. For Heracles, this initiation was practical magic, a way to gain the knowledge and the spiritual passport he would need to navigate the underworld and return. It was an act of humility from the world's strongest man, acknowledging that some borders require wisdom, not just muscle, to cross. Thus prepared, he found a cavern believed to be an entrance to the underworld and began his descent. The journey down was a passage through increasing silence and shadow. He crossed the River Styx on Charon's ferry, the grim boatman compelled to carry the living hero after a stern look from Heracles. On the far shore, the shades of the dead flitted around him like mist, drawn to the vibrant, living warmth he radiated. He saw the ghosts of heroes and monsters he had known, including the Gorgon Medusa who hissed at him from the gloom. He even freed his friend Theseus, who was stuck fast to a chair of forgetfulness. The underworld was not a static place, but a realm of eerie, timeless activity. His path led him to the throne of Hades himself, the stern god of the dead, and his queen Persephone. Here, Heracles did not demand or threaten. He bowed and stated his case, explaining the labor imposed upon him by the gods above. In a surprising turn, Hades granted his request, but under one non-negotiable condition. Heracles could attempt to subdue Cerberus and take him, but he must do so without the use of any weapons. No sword, no club, no arrows tipped with the Hydra's venom. He must overcome the prince of monsters with his bare hands and his wits alone. It was a concession to divine law from the Lord of the Dead, but also a test that seemed to favor the Guardian's invincibility. The stage was set for a clash of titans at the adamantine gates. Heracles, clad in his lion's skin cloak, approached the spot where the great hound lay. Cerberus, sensing not a meek shade but a blazing torrent of life force, rose to his full, terrifying height. All three heads swiveled toward the hero, jaws dripping, the snakes in his mane hissing in unison. The low, triple-throated growl that shook the stones was not one of welcome, but of ultimate warning. This was the violation of his core purpose. Heracles stood before the living embodiment of finality, and the rule was clear: he could not kill, he could only capture. In that breathless moment, with the eyes of the underworld upon him, the hero dropped his weapons and stepped forward, his own strength meeting the primordial strength of the Guardian. How do you subdue a force of nature without breaking it? The air itself seemed to fracture around them. Heracles lunged not with a weapon, but with his own two hands, his lion's skin cloak billowing like a second skin. The first head snapped forward, jaws wide enough to engulf a man's torso, but they closed on the impenetrable golden fur of the Nemean lion. The second head darted to the side, aiming for his leg, while the third threw back its head to unleash a deafening triple bark that echoed through the silent fields. This was not a fight to the death, but a primal wrestling match between two forces of nature. Heracles wrapped his arms around the thick neck of the central head, his muscles straining against the beast's thrashing power. The Guardian's serpent tail whipped through the gloom, its own fanged maw seeking any exposed flesh. Coils of smaller snakes in his mane struck at the hero's arms, their venom harmless against his divine-touched skin, but adding a horrifying, writhing layer to the struggle. For what felt like an age, they were a single churning monument of power. Dust from the underworld floor rose around them. Heracles' feet dug trenches in the gray earth as he held his ground against the hound's forward charge. He could not stab, he could not bludgeon. His only tools were his grip, his leverage, and an endurance that had drained rivers and held up the sky. He shifted his hold, moving from one massive neck to another, applying pressure not to break but to control. Slowly, relentlessly, he maneuvered until he could wrap an arm around two necks at once, his other hand finding the third. With a final, earth-shaking exertion, he squeezed, applying just enough force to the throats of the great beast. The snapping jaws began to slow, the furious growls softened to strained whimpers, the lashing serpent tail drooped, then lay still upon the ground. Cerberus, for the first time since his creation, was subdued. He was choked into a state of dazed, panting submission, his 6 eyes glazing over. The guardian had been overcome, but he was not broken and he was not dead. Heracles, breathing heavily, released his chokehold and fastened an adamantine chain, provided by Hades, around the beasts' necks. This was the profound respect woven into the myth. Cerberus had not failed. He had fought with every ounce of his being to uphold the cosmic law he embodied. Heracles had not fought out of malice or glory, but to complete a task set by the gods themselves. It was a clash of absolute duties, a moment where 2 unyielding purposes met, and one, through a combination of divine favor, preparation, and raw strength, prevailed without violating the deeper rules. The hero had honored the conditions set by the Lord of the Dead. He had used his hands, not his weapons, and in doing so, he had acknowledged the guardian's sacred role even as he temporarily overcame it. Cerberus, bound in chains, was led away from his post, a bewildering journey upward toward the world of light he was born to guard against. What does a creature of eternal shadow see when it is pulled into the sun for the very first time? The world above was an assault of alien sensation. As Heracles emerged, dragging the chained guardian behind him, the first touch of sunlight was not warmth but a searing shock. The beast that had known only the cool gloom of the underworld recoiled, all 3 heads pulling back against the adamantine chain. The writhing snakes of his mane hissed in a pained chorus, recoiling from the brightness as if it were fire. His 6 eyes, accustomed to the phosphorescent glow of the Styx, watered and blinked against the brutal clarity of the day. Every scent was overwhelming, not the damp stone and ghostly whispers of his home, but the riot of pine resin, blooming flowers, and living soil. For Cerberus, this was not a world, it was a cacophony of chaos, a violation of every sense. He stumbled on the unfamiliar texture of grass and dirt, his great paws meant for the silent banks of the underworld river now crushing vibrant, living things. His journey to the surface, likely through a cavern at Tinarum believed to be an entrance to Hades, was a reversal of the natural order. He was a creature of depth and finality, being forcibly hauled upward into the realm of beginnings and growth. Each step away from his post was a tear in the fabric of his being. The panic he sowed in the countryside was immediate and instinctive. As Heracles marched him toward Turins to present him to King Eurystheus, they passed through fields and near small villages. The sight was one of pure mythic terror. Sheep scattered, bleating in mindless fear. Birds fell silent and fled. Farmers in distant fields saw the shape on the horizon, a hound the size of a hill with multiple heads and a serpent's tail, and they dropped their tools, running for their lives or falling to their knees in prayer. It was not just fear of being eaten, it was a deeper primal recognition. They were seeing a fundamental truth out of place. This was death walking in the sunlight. His very presence caused milk to sour in pails and green shoots to wilt. The disruption was cosmic, a ripple of wrongness emanating from the chained guardian. He was not attacking, he was simply existing where he should not, and the world of life recoiled from him automatically. The myths tell us that where his toxic saliva dripped onto the earth, the deadly wolfsbane or aconite sprang up, a permanent stain of the underworld upon the living world. This journey was his greatest suffering, a profound exile. The sunlight did not hurt him physically, but it tortured his essence. He was a note from a summer symphony played in the middle of a joyous festival, a discord so severe it threatened to silence the song entirely. His every labored breath was a plea for the silence and the shadows. This was the true meaning of his labor, not the capture, but this unbearable display. Heracles was proving his strength by temporarily bending the axis of the universe itself, forcing the guardian of the end to parade through the land of the middle. And in that parade, both the hero's power and the guardian's sacred, unbreakable link to his realm were made utterly, terrifyingly clear. To see Cerberus in the sun was to understand that some things are never meant to be seen. The journey ended in the sun-baked courtyard of King Eurystheus. Heracles, weary but triumphant, led the chained and miserable guardian into the royal presence. The air grew cold. King Eurystheus, who had spent years sending a stronger man to die in his place, was holding court from the safety of a massive bronze storage jar, his usual refuge when news of Heracles' success grew too terrifying to bear. Peering over the jar's rim, he saw his worst fear made flesh. Cerberus, even subdued and panting, was a monument to the impossible. The king's eyes widened. The three great heads, still dripping underworld saliva, turned toward the source of the tiny, quaking voice. A low, three-toned growl vibrated through the courtyard tiles, shaking the very jar the king hid within. With a shriek of pure, undignified terror, Eurystheus vanished completely into the jar, his crown clattering to the ground outside. The image is one of perfect mythic comedy. The mightiest beast of legend, temporarily dragged into the world of men, and the man who commanded it all, reduced to a trembling voice from inside a pot. Heracles had proven his point with devastating finality. The 12th and greatest labor was complete. The hero had done what was designed to be impossible, not for glory in this moment, but to fulfill a divine sentence and earn his freedom. He looked from the cowering king to the suffering hound. His obligation was met. He had no desire to keep Cerberus, for the guardian's misery was a stain on the living world. The order of things demanded restoration, so Heracles turned his back on the king in the jar. He led Cerberus away from the palace, away from the harsh sun and the smells of life, and back toward the deep, dark entrance at Tinerum. The descent was a homecoming. With every step into the cooling shadows, the great hound's strength returned. The hissing of his mane softened, his steps grew more sure. Heracles, at the threshold of the underworld once more, removed the adamantine chains. He did not lead Cerberus back. He simply released him, and the guardian, without a backward glance, melted into the familiar gloom, returning to his eternal post before the gates. The cycle was closed. The cosmic rule, briefly suspended, was firmly reinstated. The guardian was home, and the world could breathe again. Heracles proved that raw power could temporarily subdue the guardian, but there existed another key to the gates, one far more subtle and profound. This key was not force but feeling, and it belonged to a poet named Orpheus. His story is not one of labor or punishment, but of a love so deep it refused to accept the finality of the grave. When his new bride, the nymph Eurydice, died from a snake bite on their wedding day, Orpheus was plunged into a grief that echoed through the mountains. He could not eat, he could not sleep. The songs that once made trees dance and rivers pause turned to silence, and in that terrible silence, a desperate, mad resolve took root. He would go to the land of the dead and bring her back. It was a journey no living soul had any right to attempt, armed with nothing but a poet's broken heart and a simple lyre. His descent was a pilgrimage of sorrow, a solitary figure moving against the endless river of shades flowing the other way. He found the same cavern Heracles used and the same dark path downward. The air grew cold and thin, the light fading until only the faint, ghostly glow of the asphodel flowers lit his way. He passed the whispering, insubstantial crowds of the dead, their faces turning toward the unfamiliar warmth of his living breath. He paid Charon with a song, for he had no coin, and the ferryman, moved by the melody, silently pulled him across the Styx. Finally, he stood before the adamantine gates, and before them, the great dark mass of the guardian. Cerberus rose, sensing the living intruder. 3 sets of eyes fixed on the lone man. 3 throats began to build their terrible, discordant growl. The snakes in his mane stirred, and the serpent tail lifted, poised to strike. Orpheus did not reach for a weapon. He did not brace for a fight. Instead, he closed his eyes, thinking only of Eurydice, and he began to play. His fingers touched the strings of his lyre, and a sound unlike any ever heard in that silent realm flowed forth. It was a melody woven from memory and longing, from the rustle of her dress in a sunlit meadow, from the sound of her laughter, and from the crushing emptiness her absence left behind. It was not a song of challenge, but of shared loss, a lament so pure and true it seemed to give voice to the grief of every soul in the underworld. The effect on Cerberus was immediate and miraculous. The growls died in his throats, softening into quiet, panting breaths. The 3 great heads, which had been raised to snap and snarl, slowly lowered. One head tilted as if listening more closely. Another rested its massive chin upon its paws. The third closed its eyes, a low whine escaping instead of a bark. The hissing mane of snakes grew still, coiling peacefully. The venomous serpent tail uncoiled and lay gently on the ground. The music did not command the beast, it communicated with him. It spoke a language older than words, a language of raw emotion that bypassed the guardian's duty and touched whatever ancient primal consciousness lay within. For the first and only time, the gates of Hades swung open for a living soul, not through strength, but through the unbearable beauty of art. Cerberus, tamed by song, allowed the poet to pass. In that moment, the ultimate symbol of finality became a witness to the one thing that might transcend it, not by breaking the rules, but by speaking to the heart of the rule keeper himself. The guardian responded not to a threat, but to a truth, proving that even at the edge of all things, there is a capacity to recognize profound sorrow and sublime creation. The Romans, too, had their own hero who needed to cross that final threshold. In Virgil's epic poem, the Aeneid, the Trojan warrior Aeneas carries the weight of a divine destiny to found the city that will one day become Rome. But to understand his future, he must first consult the past in the form of his deceased father's spirit. For this journey, he does not go alone, nor does he rely solely on his own heroic strength. He is guided by the Sibyl of Cumae, a prophetess who knows the rules of the underworld and comes prepared with a strategy of her own. Her plan reveals a third way to pass the guardian, one not of overwhelming force or heartbreaking music, but of clever, calculated preparation. As they stand before the gaping mouth of the cavern at Lake Avernus, the air thick with the scent of sulfur and prophecy, the Sibyl hands Aeneas not a weapon, but a simple item. It is a special honey cake, a soporific soaked in drugged wine and medicated herbs. This is not food for the living, but a tool for the journey ahead. She instructs him to keep it ready, a secret key for the lock they are about to face. Their descent is one of dread and shadow, past the personified forms of disease, war, and heartbreak, until they finally reach the banks of the Styx. There, amidst the countless whispering shades, they hear him first, the triple-headed growl that shakes the very mist. Cerberus emerges, a colossal silhouette in the gloom, all three heads alert and jaws slavering at the scent of living flesh. The Sibyl does not flinch. She knows this beast. With a calm, deliberate motion, she takes the honey cake from Aeneas and throws it directly into the path of the raging hound. The offering lands with a soft thud. Cerberus sniffs the air, his 6 eyes fixing on the morsel. One head darts down to investigate, then another. Driven by instinct, he devours the cake in a single greedy gulp. The effect is swift and profound. The powerful limbs begin to wobble. The fierce growls soften into confused whimpers. The great heads droop, then lower to the ground as a deep, drugged stupor washes over him. His eyes close, and the guardian of the gate falls into an unnatural, profound sleep, his massive body blocking the path like a sleeping hill. Aeneas and the Sibyl step carefully over the serpentine tail and past the slumbering heads, slipping through the gates while the ultimate watchman dreams. This Roman story adds a crucial new layer to the myth. It shows that Cerberus, for all his divine purpose, still possessed the simple appetites of a beast. He could be outthought. The Sibyl's success came from research and respect, from understanding the guardian's nature well enough to exploit a single vulnerable moment. She did not challenge his authority. She temporarily circumvented it through a harmless strategic trick. It was a victory of the mind over primal force, proving that even the most eternal sentinel could be approached with the right knowledge and the right offering. But the story of this guardian was already ancient even before the Greeks gave him a name. Long before the marble temples of Athens rose, another sophisticated civilization flourished on the Italian peninsula, a people deeply preoccupied with the journey to the afterlife. The Etruscans, whose culture profoundly shaped early Rome, left behind a stunning visual record of their beliefs, and in their vibrant tomb paintings and somber funerary urns, we find a familiar multi-headed shape emerging from the shadows. Here, Cerberus appears not as a solitary sentinel at a grand gate, but as an active participant in the final passage. He is most often depicted alongside a terrifying figure named Charon, not the quiet ferryman of Greek myth, but a demon of death armed with a hammer. In these scenes, the hound acts as Charon's companion, a vigilant watchdog present at the moment of a soul's departure from the living world. The Etruscan artist's brush shows us a creature that feels both familiar and strangely different. He often possesses 2 heads instead of 3, and his form is leaner, more lupine, with the sharp muzzle and rangy body of a wolf rather than the bulky build of a mastiff. His coat might be painted a simple black or a fierce red, and he snarls protectively beside his master, very much a working animal in the service of the underworld. This visual shift is profound. It tells us that the core idea, a powerful canine psychopomp, was already a deeply rooted concept across the Mediterranean. For the Etruscans, death was not a passive fading away, but a transition actively overseen by divine beings. The presence of this hound in their tombs was a comfort and a warning, a promise that the journey would be guided, but also that its rules were enforced by formidable powers. These images, painted for nobility buried with their finest possessions, were not mere decoration. They were a guidebook for the soul and a declaration of faith. By including Cerberus, the Etruscans were asserting a belief in an ordered afterlife, one with guardians and protocols. This artistic tradition directly fed into Roman culture, which absorbed so much from the Etruscans, from their architecture to their religious rituals. So when the Roman poet Virgil wrote of Aeneas and the Sibyl encountering the guardian, he was drawing from a cultural well that was centuries deep. The Etruscan frescoes, glowing with color in dark burial chambers, prove that the myth of the underworld hound was a shared language of the ancient soul, a widespread answer to the human need to picture what waits in the silence. His form could change from 2 heads to 3. His master could be a demon or a god, but his essential role remained constant, a faithful, fearsome companion for the greatest journey anyone will ever take. That instinct to place a loyal, fierce dog at the final gate is a story humanity has told itself across continents and centuries. Cerberus stands as the most famous of these, but he is far from alone. Look to the frozen north, where Norse sagas speak of Garmr, a monstrous hound bound before the gates of Hell's realm. Described as blood-stained and howling, Garmr is destined to break free at Ragnarok, the end of the world, to fight the god Tyr. Here, the guardian is not just a warden but an omen of ultimate doom, his howls echoing the chaos to come. In the misty hills of the British Isles, folklore is filled with tales of spectral black dogs, often seen guarding ancient crossroads or lonely footpaths near burial mounds. These apparitions, like the Black Shuck of East Anglia, are seldom mere ghosts. They are portents, their appearance warning of impending death or guarding sacred, liminal spaces between our world and the next. Travel further to the ancient Persian teachings of Zoroastrianism, and you find the sin, a 4-eyed dog whose gaze is part of the funeral rite. This spiritual dog, often brought to view the corpse, was believed to drive away corrupting spirits, its vision seeing into both the material and spiritual realms to protect the soul on its first steps into the afterlife. From the icy realms of prophecy to the foggy moors of omen to the ritual chambers of purification, the pattern is unmistakable. A canine sentinel appears again and again at the border of the great unknown. Why is this image so universal? The answer lies not in myth, but in our shared ancient history with dogs themselves. For thousands of years, dogs have been our first line of defense. They guarded our homes from intruders, their bark a warning in the night, their presence a comfort against the wilderness. They protected our flocks from predators. Their loyalty was absolute, their senses far sharper than our own. It is a small, profound leap of the human imagination to extend that role. If a dog guards the threshold of our home, then surely a greater, mystical dog must guard the threshold of the ultimate home, the resting place of all souls. They are the perfect psychopomps or guides because we have always relied on them to lead us, to track paths we cannot see, to sense dangers we cannot perceive. The hellhound is, at its heart, an amplification of a very real trust. We project our deepest understanding of loyalty and protection onto the most mysterious transition we will ever face. In this light, Cerberus transforms from a singular Greek monster into the archetypal expression of a global human hope, that even at the end, we are not alone and unwatched, that some familiar, faithful principle of guardianship remains in place. He is the ultimate extension of the dog sleeping by the hearth, now grown to cosmic scale, watching over the eternal hearth of the departed. The shared symbol tells us less about death and more about life, about what we value so deeply that we imagine it waiting for us in the silence. This monstrous guardian became more than a story, he became a tool for thinking. Ancient philosophers, always searching for deeper truths in their myths, saw Cerberus not as a literal beast, but as a complex allegory waiting to be unlocked. They believed the old tales held hidden wisdom about the human condition, and the three-headed hound was a perfect puzzle to solve. For the Stoics, who valued logic and the disciplined use of language, Cerberus represented a profound challenge. They interpreted his three heads as the three parts of speech, past, present, and future. To pass beyond him into a state of peace, they argued, a soul must learn to control its speech, to stop its endless chatter about what was and what might be, and to live fully in the clarity of the present moment. The guardian, in this view, was the snarling embodiment of our own distracting, time-bound thoughts, and his defeat meant achieving a quiet, focused mind. A different, more mystical school of thought saw a darker warning. The Neoplatonists, who believed the soul was a divine spark trapped in the corrupt material world, viewed Cerberus as the very symbol of that entrapment. His three heads, and especially the writhing snakes of his mane, represented the corrosive nature of earthly desires, passions, and illusions. These were the forces that chained the soul to the cycle of suffering, preventing it from ascending to its true luminous home. To be caught by Cerberus was to be consumed by greed, envy, or lust. The hero's task, then, was an inner one, to overcome these base appetites through reason and spiritual discipline, thereby freeing the soul to move on. Even the historian Heraclitus, who wrote explanations of Greek myths, offered a starkly physical allegory. He saw Cerberus as the destructive power of the earth's own corrupting humor. The three heads were the three destructive mouths of the earth, volcanoes, earthquakes, and violent springs, which could swallow cities whole. His serpent tail was the hidden, poisonous veins of metal deep in the ground, and his capture by Heracles symbolized humanity's struggle to tame and understand these terrifying geological forces for agriculture and civilization. These interpretations reveal a fascinating truth. The myth was a living, flexible vessel. It could hold ideas about psychology, spirituality, and natural science. For the ancients, Cerberus was a multi-layered symbol. He was the guardian of a physical place, yes, but also the guardian of deeper understandings. He stood at the gate of death, but also at the threshold of self-mastery, spiritual liberation, and humanity's fragile control over a violent planet. The philosophers took the terrifying monster from the fireside tale and asked, what does he guard within us? What corrosive habits keep our souls from peace? What chaotic forces must we wrestle with to build a stable world? In doing so, they turned a story of the underworld into a mirror for the living, proving that the oldest myths never stop giving up their secrets. The myth's journey did not end in the ancient world. It slipped through the cracks of time, carried forward by scholars and mystics who saw in the three-headed beast a perfect symbol for their own secret arts. By the medieval and Renaissance periods, Cerberus had been reborn. no longer just a guardian of a physical underworld, but a key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe itself. He found a new home in the cryptic manuscripts of alchemists, those early chemists and philosophers who sought to transform base metals into gold, and more importantly, to perfect the human soul. In their intricate drawings and emblem books, the old hound reappeared, but he was transformed. His 3 heads were often painted in distinct symbolic colors: black, white, and red. This was no longer the uniform monster of Greek faces. This was a coded diagram of a sacred process. Each color corresponded to one of the 3 supreme stages of the alchemical work. The black head represented Negrito, the blackening. This was the stage of putrefaction and decay, where the primal matter, or the alchemist's own spirit, was broken down into a uniform dark chaos. It was a necessary death, a dissolution of all previous form. The white head stood for albedo, the whitening. Following the black night of the soul, this was the purification, the washing clean, where the material became spiritualized, rising like a pure white moon. Finally, the red head symbolized rubedo, the reddening. This was the culmination, the achievement of the philosopher's stone, a state of radiant perfection and unity, often symbolized by the sun or red gold. In this new context, Cerberus himself was no longer a mere obstacle. He became the embodiment of that primal, chaotic matter at the start of the great work, the unformed massa confusa that contained within it the potential for all transformation. To subdue this 3-colored beast was not to conquer death, but to master the chaotic elements within oneself and in nature, to force them through the fiery process of death and rebirth that led to enlightenment. The guardian of the end had become the gatekeeper of a glorious beginning. This alchemical reinvention is a stunning testament to the myth's incredible flexibility. A symbol of finality was reinterpreted as a symbol of creation. The beast that ensured things stayed dead was now the very creature that had to die, metaphorically, so that something infinitely more valuable could be born. He moved from the realm of religion and epic poetry into the realm of experimental science and inner mysticism. When a Renaissance scholar pondered an emblem of Cerberus in a dusty library, they were not thinking of Heracles or the Styx. They were contemplating the arduous journey of the soul toward perfection, the struggle to unify the black, white, and red aspects of their own being into a single enlightened whole. The myth proved it could hold entirely new meanings, speaking in a silent, symbolic language to those who sought not to escape the underworld, but to build a heaven within. His ancient growl now echoes through the pages of our books and the screens of our games. The modern world has not forgotten Cerberus, it has simply given him new gates to guard. In J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, the beast is reimagined as Fluffy, a gigantic 3-headed dog placed by Hagrid to guard a trapdoor. The method to bypass him is a direct homage to the Orpheus myth, falling asleep to the gentle strains of a harp. Here, the ancient symbol becomes a clever puzzle in a magical school, his fearsome nature softened by the fact he was bought from a Greek chappie and responds to lullabies. Disney's animated Hercules presents a different take, transforming the Guardian into a comedic, oversized puppy with a Brooklyn accent. He is a temporary obstacle for the teenage hero, more of a playful nuisance than a profound cosmic force, reflecting the film's lighter, more satirical tone. Yet even in this humor, the core remains. He is the loyal, if dim, pet of the god of the underworld. Rick Riordan's Percy Jackson series brings him back to his mythic roots with a modern twist. In The Lightning Thief, Percy, Annabeth, and Grover encounter Cerberus at the entrance to the underworld, but the scene is unexpectedly poignant. Annabeth, missing her own dog, manages to distract the massive hound not with force or song, but by playing fetch with a red rubber ball, revealing a lonely creature who just wants a friend and a scratch behind the ears. These adaptations show how the myth bends to fit new narratives, sometimes as a fearsome challenge, sometimes as a sympathetic beast, but always retaining his essential role as the guardian of a forbidden threshold. It is in the realm of video games, however, where Cerberus truly regains his epic, terrifying scale. In the brutal world of God of War, he is not a single enemy but a species, monstrous hounds often ridden into battle by undead soldiers. Defeating them is a visceral, chaotic struggle that captures the raw physicality of Heracles' labor. The Final Fantasy franchise has featured Cerberus as a formidable summon or boss for decades, often depicted with multiple heads breathing different elemental attacks, turning the myth into a strategic combat puzzle. Countless other games, from role-playing adventures to action titles, cast him as the ultimate gatekeeper, a towering boss that must be overcome to progress to the next level, literally digitalizing his ancient function. These appearances are more than just cool monster designs, they are interactive myth-making. When a player spends 20 minutes learning a multi-headed beast's attack patterns, dodging fire and frost, they are, in a very real sense, reenacting the hero's journey. They are experiencing the archetype directly through challenge and perseverance. This is why the myth endures, because its structure, a final guardian before a great reward or revelation, is the fundamental structure of so many stories we love to experience. The pixels and polygons are just a new kind of clay, sculpting the same ancient figure for a new generation sitting around a new kind of fire. The next time you see a multi-headed beast in a game or a story, you are not just seeing a monster, you are seeing a thread that connects you directly to a campfire storyteller from 3,000 years ago, both of you held in suspense by the same timeless question: what will it take to get past the Guardian? Even the stars themselves hold a place for this legendary guardian. High above the earthly struggles and underworld gates, an astronomer once saw the shape of the beast etched in the void. In the late 17th century, the Polish astronomer Johannes Hevelius looked up and charted a new pattern among the stars, a constellation he named Cerberus. But this celestial version was a strange and beautiful hybrid. Hevelius did not picture a three-headed dog standing alone. Instead, he depicted Cerberus as a three-headed serpent, coiled and writhing, held firmly in the upraised hand of the neighboring constellation Hercules. The vanquisher and the vanquished were forever united in the night sky, a permanent monument to that epic labor written in points of light. You could find this asterism, this small grouping of stars, nestled between the bright kneeling form of Hercules and the shining lyre of Orpheus, a perfect celestial neighborhood for such a mythic tale. To locate it on a clear, dark night, you would look for the keystone shape of Hercules' torso, and just below his outstretched arm, you would search for a faint, twisting line of stars. These were not the brilliant beacons of Orion's belt, but dimmer, subtler stars, requiring patience and averted vision to trace the serpentine form. This constellation was never one of the official 48 classical patterns from antiquity. It was a later addition, a product of the age of exploration, when astronomers filled the gaps between the ancient figures with new inventions, and therein lies the reason for its quiet departure from our modern star charts. Over time, as celestial cartography became more standardized, the small, faint stars of Cerberus were simply absorbed. They were swallowed, in a sense, by the much larger and more prominent constellations that surrounded them, primarily Hercules. The International Astronomical Union's formal mapping of the sky in the 20th century solidified the 88 constellations we use today, and Cerberus did not make the final cut. Its stars are still there, of course, burning silently, but we no longer connect them into that specific shape. The pattern dissolved back into the cosmic background, much like the guardian himself faded back into the shadows of his realm after his journey to the surface. Yet the idea is profoundly comforting. For a time, humanity officially recognized the myth by placing it among the eternal fixtures of the universe. It linked our stories directly to the cosmos, suggesting that the tale of the hero and the hound was not just an earthly fable, but a drama important enough to be reflected in the heavens. The image of Hercules holding the serpentine Cerberus aloft is a peaceful, resolved ending to their conflict. It is not a scene of struggle, but of calm possession, a trophy of order over chaos forever suspended in the silent, starry night. So when you next find yourself gazing up at the constellation Hercules, remember that within its boundaries, according to an old map, sleeps the shape of the guardian, not as a threat, but as a captured, glittering memory, finally at rest in the endless dark. Perhaps the most powerful journey into the underworld is the one we take within. Modern psychology offers a compelling lens through which to view this ancient myth, not as a story of external monsters, but as a map of our own internal landscapes. In this reading, the River Styx is not a physical boundary, but the threshold of our own conscious awareness. the descent into Hades becomes a courageous journey into the unconscious mind, that vast hidden reservoir of memories, instincts, and feelings we seldom confront in the light of day. And who stands guard at the gate of that profound inner world, our own personal Cerberus. This psychological guardian is not made of flesh and bone, but of thought and emotion. He is the composite of all the things we have locked away, the traumas we cannot bear to examine, the shameful secrets, the unexpressed grief, and the primal fears that whisper from the shadows of our psyche. His job is the same as his mythic counterpart, to keep those disturbing contents safely contained in the darkness, away from our daily lives. To face him is to risk being overwhelmed by everything we have spent a lifetime trying to forget. His three heads take on new meaning here. In the framework of psychoanalysis, they could be seen as the three warring parts of the self described by Sigmund Freud. One snarling head represents the ID, the chaotic, instinctual drive for pleasure and immediate gratification, all raw hunger and impulse. The second head embodies the superego, the harsh, critical voice of internalized rules and morality, constantly judging and punishing. In between them, the third head strains to be the ego, the conscious self, desperately trying to mediate between these two ferocious forces and maintain some semblance of balance and reality. The guardian's deafening bark is the cacophony of this internal conflict, the noise of anxiety, guilt, and unresolved tension that can make peace feel impossible. The Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung saw this journey inward as essential for wholeness. He called it the process of individuation, and a crucial step was confronting what he termed the shadow, the parts of ourselves we deny or reject. To Jung, Cerberus would be the powerful protector of that shadow realm. His three heads might symbolize the multifaceted nature of our repressed selves, perhaps the conflicting voices of past hurt, present insecurity, and future dread, all woven together into a single fearsome defense mechanism. The hero's task, then, is not to slay this inner beast, but to integrate it. Just as Heracles had to subdue Cerberus without killing him, our psychological work is to acknowledge, understand, and make peace with these hidden parts. We must listen to what they are guarding. This is why the methods of the myths still resonate. Sometimes we need the disciplined strength of Heracles, a conscious, willful effort to sit with our discomfort. Other times, we need the disarming melody of Orpheus, the creative expression or therapeutic dialogue that can soothe the beast and allow us to pass. And sometimes, we need the clever preparation of the Sibyl, using learned strategies and coping mechanisms to temporarily calm our anxieties so we can proceed. Every time we choose to examine a painful memory instead of fleeing from it, every time we question a deep-seated fear instead of obeying it, we are standing before our own gates. We are offering a honey cake to the snarling heads of our past, or strumming a tune of compassion for the wounded parts we have exiled. This myth tells us that growth, true transformation, requires this descent. We cannot reach a place of inner peace, our own personal Elysium, without first passing through the shadowy fields of our own asphodel and facing the guardian at the gate. The treasure he protects is not gold but self-knowledge. The freedom he denies is not physical, but the freedom from our own unresolved history. So the next time you feel an inexplicable resistance, a deep-seated fear blocking your path forward, ask yourself, what is my Cerberus guarding? What part of my own underworld am I being called to visit? And what melody or offering might I need to bring to safely make the journey? That honey cake was far more than a clever trick in a poem. It was a direct echo of a very real and widespread ancient practice, a final act of love performed by the living for the dead. Across the Greek world, families would carefully prepare their loved ones for burial, and a crucial part of this ritual was the placement of a small offering. Often this was a coin, the famous obol for Charon the ferryman, but just as commonly it was a cake, not an ordinary cake, but a special ritual food called a melitauta, a simple cake made of barley meal and honey. This cake was not for the journey's hunger. It had one specific, understood purpose. It was a sop for Cerberus. The family would place this cake in the hand of the deceased, or sometimes even in their mouth as they laid them to rest. Think about that for a moment. In their most vulnerable hour of grief, people performed a small, tangible act to protect the one they loved. They were essentially providing a bribe for the cosmic guard dog, a treat to ensure he would be placated, that he would wag his tail in welcome rather than snarl in rejection. This practice transforms the myth from a distant story into an immediate comfort. It answered a terrifying question: what if my mother, my spouse, my child arrives at that fearsome gate unprepared? The honey cake was the solution. It was a tiny piece of agency in the face of the immense unknown. Archaeologists have found clear evidence of this tradition for centuries. In numerous ancient Greek graves, excavators have discovered small, coin-shaped cakes made of baked clay or even real, petrified remains of food substances alongside the skeleton. Sometimes a single coin is found clenched in a skeletal hand. These silent artifacts are powerful testimonies. They are not grand monuments or epic poetry. They are the quiet, physical proof of a shared hope, a universal human desire to smooth the path for those we must let go. The ritual grounded the towering myth in the dirt of daily life. It made the abstraction of Cerberus manageable. You could not fight him for your loved one, but you could feed him. You could not accompany them on the journey, but you could pack a lunch for the most dangerous part of the trip. This is where belief becomes behavior, where a story about a three-headed monster directly shapes how a culture says goodbye forever. It provided a script for the survivors, a series of meaningful actions that channeled helpless grief into purposeful care. By performing the rite, the living were not just honoring the dead, They were actively participating in their safe arrival. They were ensuring the guardian would be kind. In that simple honey cake, we see the brilliant human heart of the myth, using a symbol of terror to create a ritual of profound tenderness and reassurance. But what if the guardian himself could die? A handful of ancient whispers dare to suggest it, presenting a world where even Cerberus meets his end. These are obscure, almost heretical tales, surviving in fragments and scholarly footnotes. In one startling version, the monstrous guardian falls not to a hero on a sacred quest, but during a full-scale invasion of the Underworld. The attackers are the Elodie twin giants named Attis and Ephialtes, who once sought to storm Olympus by piling mountains atop one another. In their boundless arrogance, they also assault the realm of Hades itself. In the ensuing chaos of this divine war, amidst clashes that shake the foundations of the earth, Cerberus is slain. The ultimate sentinel is cut down, and the gates to the land of the dead lie unguarded. Yet even in this story, the collapse is temporary. The god Apollo eventually kills the giants, and order is restored so completely that Cerberus himself is brought back to life, returning to his eternal post as if the unthinkable breach had never occurred. Another rare account pins the deed on Helenus, a Trojan seer captured after the war. Forced to reveal his people's secrets, Helenus prophesies that a certain city can only be taken if someone retrieves the bow of Heracles from a distant land. The hero sent on this task encounters Cerberus and, in some tellings, kills him to proceed. These stories feel jarring, like a crack in the universe. They are so rare for a profound reason. To kill Cerberus is not merely to defeat a monster, it is to annihilate the concept of finality. His death would mean the barrier between life and death ceases to exist. Souls could wander unchecked in either direction. The natural order of loss, grief, and acceptance would unravel into pure chaos. The very idea of an ending would have no meaning, and without endings, beginnings lose their value. Such a narrative is simply too destabilizing for the mythic imagination, which used stories to explain and reinforce the rules of the cosmos. A world where the guardian can permanently die is a world without structure, a terrifying prospect that most storytellers instinctively avoided. These obscure variants, therefore, do not weaken the myth, they accidentally prove its core strength, by showing how quickly and completely the story corrects itself, with the guardian resurrected or the tale itself fading into obscurity. They highlight the non-negotiable truth he represents. Cerberus is not just a character, he is a function as essential and unkillable as gravity. He can be challenged, tricked, or temporarily subdued, but his role must endure. To erase him is to imagine a universe without a door on the realm of the dead, a thought so profoundly unsettling that even the ancients could only glance at it before turning back to the comforting, eternal growl at the gate. The landscape of the dead was not a single secret door, but a series of known passages scattered across the ancient map. To reach the underworld, a hero or a soul needed a physical starting point, a crack in the world where the barrier grew thin. One of the most famous gateways lay in the southernmost tip of Greece at Cape Tinarum in Sparta. Here, a deep, yawning cavern plunged straight down into the earth. The air inside was cold and still, smelling of wet stone and ancient roots. Local legends said this was the very spot where Heracles dragged Cerberus up into the light, and where the hound later returned. For centuries, people would leave offerings at its mouth, small tokens for the gods below, believing the darkness within led directly to the palace of Hades. Just standing at the entrance, you could feel the pull of the descent, a tangible silence that seemed to swallow all sound. Far to the west, in the volcanic plains of Italy, another entrance beckoned the brave. This was Lake Avernus, near the city of Cumae. Unlike a mountain cave, Avernus was a wide, circular lake nestled in the crater of an extinct volcano. Its waters were famously still and dark, and the cliffs that surrounded it were steep and wooded. The very name Avernus came from a Greek word meaning birdless, for ancient writers reported that no birds would fly over its toxic vapors. This was not a place of clean mountain air, but of mephitic gases rising from the earth's deep fires. It was here that the Sibyl led Aeneas, and where later Roman emperors consulted oracles of the dead. The approach was not a climb down, but a journey across a lifeless lake, rowing toward a shore that promised only shadow. The geography itself felt like a held breath, a bowl of stagnant water mirroring a sunless sky. A third legendary portal existed in the wilds of northwestern Greece, at the confluence of the Akron and Cocytus rivers in the Sprotia. The Akron was known as the River of Woe, and its waters were said to flow through the underworld itself. In this marshy, remote region, the river ran through deep gorges and gloomy valleys, creating a natural landscape of despair. The air was thick with mist from the cold waters, and the only sounds were the slow drip from overhanging rocks and the occasional cry of a distant bird. This site was famous as a necromanteon, an oracle of the dead, where pilgrims would come to commune with lost loved ones through elaborate and frightening rituals. They believed that by descending into specially built chambers near the river, they could speak directly to the shades. Here, the boundary was not a cave or a lake, but a sacred river, its very course a liquid road to the silent kingdom. Each of these locations shared a common, eerie atmosphere. They were places of profound stillness where the normal bustle of life fell away. The light was dim, filtered through fog or lost in deep shadow. The ground was often soft, muddy, or strewn with rocks that had not shifted in centuries, and in the imagination of every ancient traveler who stood at these spots, one sound defined the threshold. From the depths of the Tinarum cave, from the far shore of Lake Avernus, from the mist-shrouded banks of the Akron, you would hear it, a low, resonant growl that seemed to rise from the stones and the water itself. It was the sound of the guardian, already aware of your presence, a vibration in the earth that said the journey was real and the gates were just ahead. By giving the underworld these tangible entrances, the myths made the unimaginable feel geographically possible. You could, in theory, pack a bag, walk to Sparta, and find the cave. This concrete detail transformed a spiritual concept into an epic adventure, inviting every listener to wonder what they would do if they ever stood at that gloomy edge, listening for the growl in the dark. The silence of the underworld was not empty, it was a kingdom with a throne. To understand the hound, we must meet the rulers he served, the divine couple who presided over the endless fields of the dead. First, there was Hades himself, a figure often misunderstood. He was not a devil, not a gleeful tormentor. In the ancient Greek mind, he was a stern administrator, a god of profound gravity and absolute fairness. His name, which also meant the unseen place, reflected his nature. He was reclusive, rarely leaving his shadowed realm to meddle in the affairs of Olympus. His duty was the most solemn of all, to maintain the balance of the universe by ensuring the dead remained where they belonged. He was just, but his justice was cold and final, like the touch of a stone deep underground. Beside him sat Persephone, his queen, who brought a vital counterpoint to the eternal stillness. She was the daughter of the harvest goddess Demeter, and her story was one of cycles. Forced to spend part of each year in the underworld after eating a few pomegranate seeds, she became the bridge between life and death. When she ascended to the world above, spring and summer bloomed in her wake. When she descended to sit beside Hades, autumn fell and winter took hold. In the land of the dead, she represented a crucial, gentle truth that even here there was a rhythm, a memory of life, and a form of compassion. Together, they formed the complete picture of the afterlife, the unyielding law and the merciful cycle. So where did Cerberus fit into this divine household? He was not merely a tool or a monster chained to a gate. He was, in a very real sense, their pet, their guardian, and a member of their summer court. The myths are quiet on the details of their daily life, but we can speculate from the nature of the gods themselves. Hades, the stern master, would have valued the hound for his unwavering loyalty and flawless execution of duty. He would have seen Cerberus as the perfect warden, a reflection of his own uncompromising nature. There might not have been playful fetch in the asphodel meadows, but there would have been a deep mutual respect, the kind between a general and his most trusted soldier. Persephone's relationship with the beast would have been different. During her months in the underworld, surrounded by shades and silence, the living, breathing presence of the great hound might have been a comfort. Perhaps she was the one who would occasionally offer him a treat, not a honey cake from the living, but some divine morsel from her own table. Imagine the scene, the dread queen of the dead, her robes the color of deep earth, gently scratching behind one of the massive serpent-wreathed ears as the guardian's tail, in whatever form it took, gave a single heavy thump upon the palace floor. This small, humanizing detail changes everything. It frames Cerberus not as a mindless terror, but as a being with a place in a family, with a role and a name. He was fed, he was acknowledged, he belonged. This dynamic helps explain why Hades was so furious when heroes tried to steal his hound. It was not just a theft of property, it was a violation of his household, an insult to a trusted companion. When Heracles asked permission to take Cerberus, Hades did not refuse outright. He set a condition that respected the hound's sacred role: no weapons. Even the Lord of the Dead understood the bond and the rules of his own home. Seeing Cerberus in this light, as part of a divine domesticity, makes him more complex and strangely more relatable. The ultimate symbol of fear had a home and masters who relied on him. He guarded their gates because it was his duty to them, a duty performed with the same fierce loyalty any dog shows its family. This transforms the entire underworld from a monolithic pit of horror into a realm with its own social structures, its own rules, and even its own peculiar form of affection. The guardian was fearsome because the household he protected was the most solemn and important one imaginable. The first warning is not a sight, but a sound felt deep in the bones. Long before you see the glow of his eyes, you hear it, a distant, echoing tremor that rolls through the stone corridors like underground thunder. It is a triple bark, but not from a single source. The sound layers upon itself, a deep bass rumble from one throat, a sharp, cutting snarl from another, and a low, continuous growl that forms the unsettling foundation of the noise. This is not a call to play, it is a seismic announcement. The very rock of the passageway seems to vibrate with the frequency of his presence, a physical warning that travels up through your feet. As you draw closer, new textures weave into the dreadful chorus. Now you can hear the hissing, a dry, sibilant rustle like a field of reeds in a dead wind. This is the sound of his living mane, each serpent coiling and uncoiling, their forked tongues tasting the air you have disturbed. In some tellings, there is a metallic counterpoint, the slow, heavy clank of an adamantine chain dragging across the underworld floor as he shifts his colossal weight, a sound of immense restraint and imminent power. These layers build a soundscape of pure anticipation, a crescendo of otherworldly noise that defines the border more clearly than any wall or gate ever could. Then there is the silence, when the honey cake is eaten, or the lyre's last note fades, or the heroic grip finally brings submission, that cacophony ceases. The barking stops mid-growl, the hissing subsides into a soft, almost peaceful rustle before stilling completely. The chain falls quiet. What follows is a silence so profound it has its own weight, a thick velvet quiet that feels like the underworld itself is holding its breath. This is the sound of the guardian at rest, of the threshold accepting you, of cosmic order momentarily satisfied. For a sleep story, this auditory journey is your guide. Let the distant, echoing bark be a far-off rumble in your mind, not a threat, but a marker of a boundary you are safe from. Let the hissing soften into a whisper, like leaves in a gentle, distant breeze. And finally, let that deep, encompassing silence wash over you, a blanket of quiet from the deepest place, signaling that all is as it should be, and the guardian watches so you do not have to. Drift into that silence and let it carry you into rest. The image of a single beast with many heads is a story told around the world. This motif of the multi-headed guardian is not a Greek invention, but a profound and recurring symbol in the human imagination, appearing wherever cultures have grappled with forces too vast to comprehend. Look just within Cerberus's own mythic family to his sibling, the Lernaean Hydra. This water serpent, slain by Heracles in his second labor, possessed not 3, but 9 heads, with one immortal head at the center. For every head cut off, 2 more would grow back, a perfect metaphor for a problem that only multiplies when you attack it directly. The Hydra was a different kind of obstacle, one of regeneration and futility, requiring a change in strategy, the cauterization of each neck with fire. While Cerberus guards a fixed boundary, the Hydra represents a challenge that actively expands, threatening to engulf you. Yet both share that core, unsettling image, a single body crowned with a chorus of snapping jaws, a creature that can watch and strike from multiple angles at once. This idea echoes far beyond the Mediterranean. In the ancient Canaanite myths of the Levant, the storm god Baal battles a primordial sea monster named Lawton, a twisting, coiling serpent with 7 heads. Lawton is chaos itself, the untamed ocean that must be defeated to establish order and kingship. Here, the multiple heads symbolize the overwhelming, chaotic power of nature that must be subdued for civilization to begin. Journey to the Indian subcontinent and you find Vishnu, the preserver god, resting upon the coils of the great serpent Shesha, who is often depicted with 5 or 7 hooded heads, acting as a divine canopy. Shesha is not an enemy, but a supportive cosmic foundation, his many heads representing his infinite awareness and the multiple directions of the universe. In China, dragons are often shown with multiple heads in art and folklore, though typically with an odd number like 3, 5, or 9, numbers considered auspicious and powerful. These dragons control rain and rivers, and their many heads signify supreme power, vigilance, and the ability to influence multiple realms at once. So why does this specific image resonate so deeply across continents and centuries? The multi-headed monster is the ultimate representation of a threat that cannot be faced head-on because it has too many heads. It embodies a danger that is multifaceted, that can see you coming from every direction, that can argue with itself and still agree to destroy you. It turns a simple confrontation into a logistical nightmare. You cannot watch its eyes because it has 6 or 9 or 50. You cannot predict its strike because several necks may lunge at once. It is the mythic expression of being utterly outmatched, of facing a problem so complex it feels like battling several enemies in a single skin. This is the potent legacy Cerberus inherits. He is not an anomaly, but a brilliant iteration of a global archetype. His 3 heads place him firmly within this ancient storytelling tradition, where the number of heads scales the threat, from the manageable duality of a simple choice to the overwhelming chaos of a hydra's regeneration. When we hear his triple growl, we are hearing an echo of Latin's hiss and the hydra's roar, a reminder that the guardians at our most terrifying thresholds are often pictured not as singular foes, but as compounded ones. They are the cumulative weight of all our fears, all the possible ways things can go wrong, given flesh, fur, and fang. This shared symbolism tells us something universal about the human psyche. When we imagine the ultimate test, we rarely imagine a single simple opponent. We imagine the monster with too many heads to count, because that is how our deepest challenges so often feel. So we have a guidebook written in myth for getting past the ultimate guard dog. Heracles chose the path of overwhelming force, subduing Cerberus with his bare hands in a primal wrestling match that respected the guardian's power even as it overcame it. Orpheus took the route of disarming beauty, his lyre weaving a lament so pure it spoke to the heart of the beast, soothing the snarls into silence. The Sibyl, with Aeneas, opted for clever preparation, using a drugged honey cake to exploit a simple appetite and lull the sentinel into a deep temporary sleep. And Aeneas himself, while reliant on the Sibyl's trick, also carried the weight of divine fate and a prophetess's knowledge, a reminder that sometimes the right guide is the most crucial tool of all. These are not just different stories, they are a menu of archetypal approaches handed down through the ages: the hero's strength, the artist's empathy, the strategist's cunning, and the pilgrim's faith. Each method succeeded, but each also revealed something about the one attempting the passage and about the nature of the guardian himself. Cerberus could be met with respect, with understanding, with trickery, or with destiny, but he could never be ignored. So here is a question for you in the quiet of your own thoughts. If you stood at that misty shore, hearing that triple growl echo from the stones, which key would you reach for? Would you trust in your own resilience to meet the challenge head on? Would you offer a piece of your own heart through song or story? Would you rely on researched wisdom and a prepared offering? Or would you place your trust in a guide and a purpose greater than yourself? The myth does not give a single answer because the journey beyond the gate is different for everyone. Your choice whispers something about how you face the profound thresholds in your own life, the barriers that seem just as final and formidable. The ancient tales leave the toolbox open, inviting us to consider not just how the heroes did it, but how we might. That growl at the gate left its mark on more than just stories. It shaped the very words we use to describe the world. We have a term, Cerberian, a direct linguistic descendant of the guardian. To call something Cerberian is to say it is fiercely watchful, forbidding, and grimly vigilant. It is the perfect adjective for an impassable mountain pass guarded by sheer cliffs, or the austere silence of a maximum security prison block. The name itself became a synonym for an impregnable barrier, a word that carries the echo of that triple bark and the weight of absolute, unblinking duty. This is how myths seep into the bedrock of language, transforming a proper noun into a powerful concept that outlives the gods it once served. Beyond dictionaries, his image was stamped onto the shields and banners of the powerful. In the intricate world of heraldry, Cerberus found a new kind of post guarding the gates of family legacy. Medieval and Renaissance nobles, seeking symbols of unwavering protection for their lineages, placed the three-headed hound on their coats of arms. There he sits or stands, often chained, a clear declaration. This family, these arms, are under a guardianship as fierce and legendary as that of the Underworld itself. To face this crest was to be warned that the house was defended by a loyalty that was monstrous in its intensity. This symbolic duty moved from castles to vaults and prison gates. Long into the modern era, well after the age of myth had passed, the image of Cerberus was engraved on the heavy doors of bank vaults and stamped into the ironwork guarding fortified buildings. Why? Because the myth provided the ultimate shorthand for security. Architects and designers did not need to write, "This place is impossible to breach." They could simply etch the silhouette of the three-headed sentinel. Everyone understood the message. What sleeps behind this door is as safe as the souls in Hades, guarded by a principle of protection that feels less like a lock and more like a force of nature. He became the icon of absolute security, a silent promise that some thresholds are not meant to be crossed. This journey, from Underworld guardian to a word in the dictionary and a symbol on a bank wall, is a testament to the myth's raw power. It proves that Cerberus transcended his specific story to tap into a universal human need, the need to visualize and trust in an unbreakable guardian. We stopped believing in the River Styx, but we never stopped needing the idea it represented. So we kept the hound. We gave his name to our most daunting challenges and his face to our most valued treasures. In doing so, we made the ancient myth a permanent part of our modern landscape, a stone-cold reminder that some ideas are simply too useful and too resonant to ever fade away. Your own breath can be a melody as powerful as Orpheus' lyre. Listen to the soft rhythm of it now, in and out, a gentle tide washing over the shore of your thoughts. With every exhale, you are not just breathing out air, you are releasing the need to stand guard. All those inner sentinels of worry, the ones that pace and growl at the edges of your mind, can be soothed by this simple, steady song. You do not need to fight them or bribe them or outthink them tonight. You only need to let them rest, so picture him, the great guardian of all thresholds, feeling the weight of your calm. See Cerberus there in the soft dark, his massive form settling. One heavy head lowers to his paws, then another. The third lets out a long, slow sigh, a warm breath that carries away the last echoes of the day. The writhing snakes of his mane grow still, coiling into themselves like quiet roots. His 6 eyes, once glowing with watchful fire, now dim to a soft, distant gleam, like stars seen through deep water. He is not defeated, he is at peace, because you have shown him there is nothing left to guard in this moment. And as he rests, the great adamantine gates of the underworld begin to move. They do not slam shut with a crash of finality, but swing closed with the gentle, inevitable sound of a deep breath settling. A soft, resonant thud echoes once, not as a threat, but as a promise. The boundary is secure. The world of tasks and troubles is on the other side, and here, where you are drifting, there is only the silent, watchful dark. The guardian sleeps, his triple heartbeat a slow, distant drum in the earth beneath you. Let that rhythm become your own. Feel the quiet of that vast realm seeping into your bones, a deep and ancient stillness that has held every story, every fear, every hope, and found a place for them all to rest. You have passed the gate not by force but by surrender. There is nothing more to do, nowhere else you need to be. Just this breath and the next, and the sleeping hound keeping watch over a dreamless, peaceful shore. That deep, resonant growl has echoed for 3,000 years, and it shows no sign of fading. Cerberus endures because he gives a shape, a sound, and a face to the formless silence we all must one day approach. He is the mythic answer to our most primal, unspoken question, what stands at the edge. He embodies the universal chill of the unknown, the anxiety that the final transition might be a chaotic, unguarded void. His very presence, however terrifying, is a profound comfort. He tells us the border is not empty, it is watched. There is a protocol, a system, even in the afterlife. He transforms the abyss from an endless fall into a gate, and a gate, no matter how formidable, is something we can understand. We have built gates and walls since the dawn of time. We know what they mean. Cerberus takes the ultimate unknown and frames it within the architecture of the known, a sentinel before a door. This speaks to a deep human need for order. We cannot bear the thought of pure chaos at the end, so we imagine a guardian who enforces the most fundamental rule of all, that some journeys have a final destination, and that destination has a keeper. He is the cosmic law of closure given fur and fang, yet the stories of his defeat are just as important as his eternal vigil. Heracles, Orpheus, and the Sibyl each found a way past him, and in those tales we see the full spectrum of human hope. Heracles represents our belief in raw courage and resilience, that sheer force of will can temporarily bend even the laws of the universe for a greater purpose. Orpheus embodies the power of art and love, the idea that a song of pure emotion can soften the hardest heart, even one that beats in 3 chests, the Sibyl showcases human ingenuity and preparation, the clever mind finding a non-violent solution through knowledge and respect. We need these stories not because we believe we can escape death, but because they affirm the qualities we value in life: strength, love, creativity, and wisdom. They tell us that when we face our own profound thresholds, our personal Cerberus of grief, fear, or loss, we have a toolkit of the spirit to draw upon. The myth endures because it is not a single note of terror, but a complex chord. It contains the fear of the final gate, the comfort of cosmic order, and the triumphant hope that our humanity, in all its forms, has the power to meet that gate on its own terms. He is the perfect, multifaceted symbol because he holds all these contradictions within his 3 heads. He is the end and the guardian of the end, and the proof that even the end can be faced. That is why, when we close our eyes tonight, the sound of his distant growl is not a threat, but a strange lullaby. It is the sound of a universe that has rules, of a story that has an ending, and of a silent promise that even in the deepest dark, something vigilant watches, so that we, for a little while, can safely rest. From his monstrous birth in a sunless cave to his quiet watch over the gates of eternity, Cerberus has been our companion on the deepest questions. We have traced his lineage from chaos, walked with heroes who challenged him, and seen how his image shaped rituals, language, and even the stars. He is the guardian of the final threshold, a symbol of order in the face of the unknown, and a mirror for our own inner struggles. Thank you for joining this descent into the myth, for letting the ancient story carry you to the edge of sleep. Now see the underworld as a realm at perfect rest. The asphodel meadows are still, the river Styx flows in a silent, dark ribbon, and before the great adamantine gates, Cerberus stands vigilant yet calm. His 3 heads are lowered, his 6 eyes are soft dim embers in the gloom. The hissing of his serpent mane has faded to a whisper, and his breath comes in a slow, steady rhythm that matches your own. He is keeping watch so you do not have to. All is secure, all is quiet. In the comments below, I would love to hear which key to the gates resonated most with you. Was it the strength of Heracles, the song of Orpheus, or the cunning of the Sibyl? If you enjoyed this journey into myth, consider subscribing for more stories to guide you into restful sleep. From this quiet edge of the ancient world, I wish you a night of deep and undisturbed peace.
you.